Good morning, welcome. Sorry for the couple-minute late start. I've been looking at new streaming equipment and got distracted. Uh, uh, it's the morning. We're already starting off the day strong, we'll say. Ironically, we'll say that. So, today we are going to be looking at sockets. We're going to be finishing up the connection side of things. I did a little bit of research last night, and we dove into, per our discussion. Here's my tab for it. And I found that Godot has direct support for WebSockets. It's actually surprisingly easy. It exists within the node. You just set up a new socket, and then you handle your connection request and stuff, and you're ready, or set up in connection and ready. And then in your process, you have to pull it. This seems weird to me, being that the entire design concept behind WebSockets is the ability to push in information, but here we are. So this sets up a polling system, checking when data is ready to transfer, and then we, get the ready state and process our data. They have I'm gonna have to fiddle with this a little bit. They have a way to process JSON directly. There's a JSON.parseString or something like that. It's a class they support, so I can send JSON as is, and it will parse it directly into an object structure, which is perfect for us, specifically in either an array or a dictionary, which in our case will be an array. And then we can just keep going until the state closes out. So pretty straightforward. Not a whole lot needed there. It is interesting that you can also set up like server side on that within I'm assuming this is for the peer-to-peer communication, but we're not interested in that. We're interested in setting up as a client. So past that, I landed on Sockets.io. It's just like all the others. There are at least 4 or 5 different socket libraries, and of course you can write your own for how to set up a WebSocket server in JavaScript. And so I just chose one that's known to be fairly reliable and easy to use, and went with it. It's pretty straightforward. I'm not looking at the right docs page. Sure, we'll do installation steps. I should have it. Here we go. This is for setting up the server, so it's fairly straightforward. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Yo. Fairly straightforward to set up a server in this. They had originally when I found this, I was on my laptop. So let me see if I can find the see if I can find a snippet for it. That looks correct. Yeah. Okay. It's the AI snapshot for it, so I had to actually make sure they weren't hallucinating it. This is actually how easy this is. You can ignore this for serving files, but this portion down here, this is what it takes to spin up a socket. So it's quite easy to connect and disconnect and handle those kinds of things. So we should be able to spin up our socket server we should be able to dynamically spin up and spin down sockets for making connections. I like the idea, I was thinking about this last night, I like the idea that we can disconnect the WebSocket server when there's not an active session going, so we don't have to worry about random things trying to connect to the socket just because they got the IP. Speaking of, I do need to spend some time giving an actual domain registration to our socket. For what we're going to be doing today, I can just use the local host and have it communicate on the local network, which solves much of our issues. But long term, I'm going to need the production build of this to have a, not necessarily a reserved IP, but like a proper named location for it. I could just do it through a reserved IP, but then we're just logging an IP. I'd rather do it through a domain name. But we have a domain name, so we just need to register an endpoint on that domain name for the IP associated with our EC2 instance, and we should be good. Which means I'm going to have to fight with AWS's routing software, Route 52. I think that's what's called, AWS Route 53. Excuse me. Yeah, AWS Route 53. I'll have to fight with that to get a partial domain registration there. I might. It's almost worth reserving a new domain just so I don't have to deal with their cross allocation between two domain registrars. I really dislike Route 53. Okay. So let's start setting things up. First thing we need to do is npm i-s socket.io. I'm gonna go on a limb and say that didn't save because that was instant and it's npm. Oh, what do you know? That was instant with no log information, so I just assumed it failed, but no, it actually installed. Interesting. Okay, so now we should be able to import our, I think it's called socket, from socket.io. Okay. What are our exports here? It's called server. Server. And then we should be able to, we'll call IO equal to new server. So this is our server connection for the WebSocket. We can connect and disconnect, or sorry, we can spin up and spin down the server now, or we should be able to. We do need to, do we? I don't think we need this full structure. Let me find their actual official documentation. Yep, this one. Here, so you guys can see the documentation I'm looking through. Actually, on that note, let's. I could have swore they had. Oh, here, it's right on their homepage. Go figure. Oh, let me grab this whole window, not just one tab. This is what I was looking for. Look at this. So when you provided a port reference, sure, we'll use their 3000 for now. And then down here, we should be able to just run. Let's do it after all of our exports. IO dot on connection We then have socket.emit will send commands when. So this is when someone connects, it will emit. And then, yes, this is when we get a connection. The first thing we do here is emit. But the important thing is that we can do, from this point forward, we can do socket.on, and then we can define the different commands that we can send. So let's do a ACK command. They call it arg. Sure. So this will emit. This is how we send information to a given socket, is through this command, which is why it's sitting here. But this is how we receive information sent from a client. So our server sends, our server receives. It's kind of the goal that we're going for here. Fairly straightforward. What I don't know off the top of my head, though, I'm looking through this to see if they have it written in here anywhere, and I'm not seeing it, is how we can, if it's possible, to enable and disable connections. Because I'm guessing that this just spins up the server and makes it available the second we do that. So it makes me wonder if we have like an IO dot. There's a send. We can disconnect all of our sockets. Yeah, it's not looking like there's a way to spin it down once it's up. We can disconnect our connections, which we're probably going to have to do at some point in time when there's probably going to be, if I'm going to guess, if we look at the io.off, if we look at this, what's the documentation telling us? Okay, it is the remove a listener. Okay, so we probably have something like an io.on disconnect. And then in here, we would want something along the lines of socket.off for ACK, so that we disconnect. So when a client connects, then we assign our acknowledgement callback. When they disconnect, then we remove the acknowledgement callback to make sure that we don't end up trying to listen on something that is no longer there, or having a memory leak on that side of things. All right, pretty straightforward. Let's implement our networking on the client side now. Let's throw it in our game scene. If I pop over here to their docs, they just spin up something along the lines of, do I want this in the root scene? It kind of muddies this up. It used to be in Godot before 4.0. It might have been 4.2, but before 4 whatever. The WebSockets existed as a node type, apparently. And so you had to drop it in as a node in your scene, which follows how they intend things to exist. But we want our main file to create characters and do the character actions based on things coming out of this. So we would need an event emitter, then an event hook. The upside is that if the WebSocket fails to connect, we could have it pause processing if it's its own node, because we can stall process on a single node. But if it's part of the game script, we can't just pause node processing. We need to destructure it. We need, I think for now, let's just drop it in. Yeah, let's drop it in its own node. Just call you WebSocket. We're going to attach a script. Sure. I don't think it makes sense to go in containers, to be honest. Makes more sense than the other options, though, and I don't want to make a folder just for you, so sure. So we need our WebSocket URL, and we're going to need our socket WebSocket peer.new. So this is the socket itself. Then we can update our ready function. Man, I should just link VS Code so I can get my key bindings correct. We check for errors with our connection. We provided our WebSocket URL. Then we need to if error. I'm not sure why they allocate it this way. This is directly from their docs, but I don't care to print this out. Sure though, print connecting. It's all lowercase ac, right? Yep. And then else, we're in our error case, which has interesting. I've never seen this in Godot before. Push error. Unable to connect. I'll have to figure out what that does at some point. Set process to false, so this will pause processing on the node. So it attempts to connect, it then waits 2 seconds. I'm not, we're gonna change this. I just wanna see if we can get the connection up and running first, using their documentation verbatim. So this waits for 2 seconds and then attempts to send a connection. And this is just so the connection can finish establishing. We'll handle this a different way. All right, and then in here, every process cycle, we need to do our socket.pull to check to see if there is data on the socket for us to process. And then we fetch the state of the socket. Using this, that we can then check and see what kind of data we have. So we check to see if the status of the socket is in open state. Yeah. And then we want to while iterate through the, I'm just going to copy their documentation code to get things going. I like to type it out so it sticks with me a little bit better, but this is tedious. All right. So we check to see if it's in an open state, and then we while loop through and get the next available packet. And we go through and we then process said packet into a string. We are going to replace this So this is if it's a string packet, we process it into a string. Otherwise, we assume it's a byte packet. We grab the size. So eventually, I'm going to replace this because we plan on using JSON. They have a JSON.parse string or something like that. Yeah. So you can parse a JSON string into a dictionary or array, per what we were talking about earlier. So we then want to grab our else case. So if it's in the closing state, we just want to move to the next iteration cycle until it finishes closing so that we can handle it. And so in the last case here, we handle closing of our socket. That is not a key binding I was expecting. There. This is the example connection directly from their documentation. So in this case, we then close out the socket on the client side, cleaning things up, and then we stop processing this node. I'm worried that this set process is going to impact more. Okay, so it is just the given node. I'm worried because we're in a child hierarchy. I'm worried that this will impact more than just this WebSocket node, but it should be fine. By default, this is set to true when a node is added. So, what are you complaining about? Oh, we're not using. All right, we can't ignore it. All right, so that should allow us to connect. I am going to find what our, it should be WebSocket / here, let me see what their documentation, yep, WebSocket / we should be able to do localhost 3000. That should connect to our local server. Let me just spin that up, npm start. Okay, that's up and running. We can then run this. Connecting, closed. I don't like that. So what do you got for me? Condition ready state not equal to state open is true. Returning failed. We only reference state open in one spot. I also don't know why it's referencing here. So let's remove this and see if the connection will establish without sending. Close with code -1. We're not getting anything on the server side. So let's add connection. Let's add some logging so we can see when it connects. Alright, server's back up. Let's see if we are connecting or not. We never get in a connection attempt. It is 3000. Let's try it. 127.0.0.1. Nope, nothing. Okay. Failing to connect on our local. So let me see. I'm wondering if they're not using the full socket spec. Do they have other... Oh. I wonder if when I'm setting up Socket IO, if I'm required to set up the full server setup, and I can't just get away with the minimals. Packet buffering, acknowledgements. We do. On the server side, you can send an event to all connections. Is not what I want. Multiplexing, common questions. Let's find there. Get started. Here we go. So we have an import line. Oh, I need to be looking at the TypeScript code. We have our import line for importing the server. Next. Creating a package JSON manifest. I don't know why that's in their description. Okay, so it does require Express. I thought that might be the case. So WebSocket allows us to establish a connection, but it's not actually... So it wraps the WebSocket native API with connection functionality, so we don't have to write a bunch of boilerplate code. It doesn't actually spin up the server, unfortunately. So we need to import Express for an Express server to make things a little bit nicer on that front, so we can listen on a port a little bit easier, and then we can import node HTTP, which will allow us to establish our HTTP server in conjunction with that. And so we need to npm-s express. This will go away here in a second. All right, and then we need to pop down a line. We should be able to, oh, before this, create server. Okay, so that will establish our Express server. And this will link it on the HTTP server, if I remember correctly. We can come back to that in a second. We're not to that in the docs yet. We don't care about that. We do care about server.listen. We call it HTTP server. We'll call it server. I should log this out. Console.log listening on. There we go. We don't care about serving HTML. Not sure why that's on the socket website, but it is. Here we go. Yeah, so we do provide the server object. And they do have this up here. Not that it should matter. And then we can run our connection logic. I'll go ahead and put this up here with the rest of it, just so it's all in one location. All right, so this will establish our connection. And then this will listen on port 3000. And we should be good. I just need to figure out why Express isn't registering. Package JSON. Express should be in here now. We're going to trim this to a more relevant value. Let's force a refresh. Can't find it, but it's right there. Okay. Can we do... What'd this link into? It was index, okay. Whatever. Let's see if it runs. Nope. npm start. Listening on port. Great. That's exactly what we wanted. So let's try our game now. Still closed out with -1. And server didn't register a packet being sent. Although it's not sending one right now. Okay. Well, let's go this. It's gonna be a pain to do that. I want to see if there's any documentation past that. It's just talking about all the different things you can do with it at this point. Oh, I should swap this back to using local host. Try that. -1 still. So -1 is our error code saying it's failed to connect to begin with. Alright, so let's look into, can we get, it looks like code. Method that returns OK when no error occurs. So this is returning OK, saying it was able to connect, but we're getting a closed state, and it's not showing us connected. Because it wouldn't even say connecting if that was the case. So it is hitting the server and seeing that a server exists. So the server exists, and then it waits for 2 seconds, and during that time it hits the first polling, which returns that it's been closed with an error code. Let me pop over to the Godot documentation and see if they have any information on what the different error codes mean. wonder if I need to send this. I wonder if that's a requirement. No. That's why it's throwing an error. So it fails to connect, or sorry, it connects and then it closes and then it sends and errors. So I need to know Godot WebSocket -1 error. Here we go. Apparently people are seeing the exact same problem with no solution. I'm going to change this to change this to port 80. 80. And then in our code here, we're going to change it to port 80. Permission denied. Interesting. I wonder if we can socket connection. So all of this stays, and this would go to 80, and then would remove this. Okay. I'm wondering if the port we're connecting on is part of the problem. It is not. Welcome. It's been a while. How you doing? $80.80 is our 8,000 is in our go to test. 8080 is the one I was thinking of, and that is, it's a combination of just like, that's what I'm looking for. Repetition isn't the right word, but best practice isn't it. Habit, I guess, as well as a combination with it being one of those ports that tends to be open. So it's passing the first check, which means we are technically establishing a connection with the server, but it's failing to resolve the connection. It makes me wonder if maybe their implementation of WebSockets isn't actually like up to spec. Ooh, they've got two. I think that's what we're running into. This is designed for their peer-to-peer. And so I think this is using some wrapper internal thing. It looks like there's a WebSocket client that utilizes an RFC 6455 compliant server. Let me see what the docs on it. Oh, that's a 3.x. Merged into a lower level WebSocket peer. Damn. That doesn't solve our problem. I wonder if this is our problem. Let me remove... Here, I should be able to just pass. I'm wondering if we're trying to... I thought pass would short circuit this, but it is not. I'm wondering if we're trying to like read on it before it's finished establishing and it's causing it to error out. We are not getting our logging. Which means our server isn't recognizing that a connection has been established, which means it's not actually connecting. I've done everything verbatim from their docs. The only thing I'm doing different is that the server code is handled by a separate client. Or not, it's not a separate Godot client. It's a separate app altogether that's not running Godot. But they are supposedly compliant with the WebSocket spec, so it shouldn't matter. The library we're using should handle allocation of connection request itself. Let me just look up something real quick. I'm going to drop a test example in. Actually, I do need that. I'm just gonna rapid fire through some things. Give me just a second. So, open, close. We aren't using these. I do want to know if an error occurs. So if it's happening with this as well. So let me see if I can get some more detailed information. It's never establishing the connection, right? It is just firing the closed on it. Interesting. Alright, give me a second. I need to stretch my legs and I want to grab some more coffee. So I'll be right back in here in 2 minutes. And we're back. Did you decide to come join us, little kitty? Nope, you'd rather annoy your brother. Got it. Alright, I'm wondering if maybe because we know the client is connecting. Sorry, we know the server is listening. What we don't know, though, is whether or not maybe we're having an issue with when timing on when we're trying to establish this, and so it's never actually spinning up the socket. What other... I think this is tied to, oh, to a server or port. I wonder if I should be doing something like listen server when we connect. Alright, we are supposedly connected. So if I pop over here, well, that didn't work. It's never logging back saying it's attempted. So I wonder if it's showing in our network requests. Oh, one error logging on this. Here, I found something that might be tied to it. So if we go here, where we establish our is it this? We can send server options. It said apparently CORS issues are a common problem. So we'll just disable CORS while we're testing. Nope. We are attempting to hit the correct URL. Make sure we're still using 8080. Yep. Ready state 3. WebSocket ready states. Closed. Closed or couldn't be opened. Okay, let me hit the MDN interface for WebSocket and see if we have options to grab more information. Closed because of an error. Okay, so we should be able to add this. Error observed. Error observed. Okay, so that is where we're getting this from. So we are getting an error. Unfortunately, this is the error we get, which isn't telling us anything useful. Wondering what this means. That it is most likely an error coming from the server, if I were to guess. think this might have something to do with the fact that we're spinning this up as a Discord bot first, so I'm wondering if we're getting a conflict. Maybe that's just silently failing. What did I change in this file? Oh. Like I'm wondering if we're having a resolution conflict with Discord on when we're spinning up our server connection, and it's just silently failing. But then it wouldn't make sense that it wouldn't make sense that it would make sense that the server is saying that it's spinning up. You know what I mean? So we're in the weird situation where I wonder if they use WebSockets internally. They call them webhooks, which is a specific thing. But they treat them like event firings, which is the exact same way that WebSockets work. And so maybe it's internally handling on this already. Oh, I believe we need to establish, when we set up this, I believe we need to establish a port for this, don't we? No. No, we don't. 8080 is a commonly used port, though. So if we go here and let's, I don't know what the default is. 3000, 8080, and 8000 are all very common ports. So let's do 8001. Where's my index? There we go. 8001. Actually, let's do 8007. We'll do boot. 8008. Not working. I want it high enough number that it's outside of, because 8000 is a common one, and then they tend to increment up. So if it's having to spin up multiple connections, I want to make sure that's far enough up that's unlikely to be conflicting. Nope. I wonder if it's because we're doing the local host and our loopback is having problems. Nope. What happens when I click that? Oh, interesting. Will that work on here? Understand this error. Maybe it'll be able to parse it into something useful. Well, we know the server's running. We know it's listening on the port. We know it's a correct URL. My assumption is that it's a CORS issue, to be honest. So maybe I should have the allow CORS plugin. So our next refresh, CORS will be disabled locally. It's not hitting the server at all is the problem that I'm running into. Huh. Oh, I want the data. Give me the parse data. There we go. No, it's not actually gonna give me parse data for it. Oh, does it have anything interesting in here? Nah. We established that all that's good. This is what I'm thinking. We know the server is spun up. We've got that in our logs. We're getting a server connection up and running. When the port is already being used, we get an error. So we know the port is available. Otherwise, that would be erroring out when we attempted to listen on it. We're disabling CORS on both sides, so we know it's not a CORS issue. Can we do server? Yeah. Let's disable CORS. I'm going to move that back up into there. Just for sanity. Come on. That's not the right window. Did I close that? I did close that. Hang on, let me fix the music real quick. Alright. I'm getting some oddities on my stream right now. Twitch looks fine. It looks like YouTube's having some problems right now though. And so is YouTube Music. So, oh, I think we got YouTube reconnected. That's looking fine. What about our music? It's struggling. Our event looks the same. Ready state 3. Interesting. Huh. Well, we know it's not CORS. We know it's not. It shouldn't be loopback. I don't know why loopback would be blocked. It is the same default loopback that we use on Windows, right? I mean, it should. Linux. Open ports on 0.0.1. Alright, let's run a command. Right, I need this to be running. npm start. I need a new terminal for this. Dump in my password real quick, and then did I not type that right? That is the correct. Oh. Do we have SS maybe? We do. Okay. Let's see. Well, we have our Discord bot running. So we know our loopback is up and functioning. Here, I'm going to see if I can a refresh on this tab will work. It is not doing well. I'm going to have to close that tab. This is probably going to cause an issue with OBS, if I'm going to be honest. You working now? Okay. And OBS is, of course, not happy. Let me reconnect that. All right, there we go. I should be back up and running now. Sorry about that. Okay. We were looking at a terminal window. Odd. I think I might know what's going on. No, that wouldn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that we're getting a message saying it's connecting and listening on that port, but it's not actually listening on the port. You know what I mean? Which is exactly what we're seeing. The code is logging out that port is connecting. We've got that over here. This is inside of our HTTP server setup. So it thinks it's connecting on the port. And if we look at our, where is that? In our networking code, that is the port we are listening to. So at the very least, we should have a connection listening on that port. It should be under something like this. Well, this is going to be our active connections, right? Because this is bound, because this, like it says Discord here. That's because it actually is connected to Discord. I don't know what these two are. It's weird to me that we would have a connections going right now to Godot. Because it's not like we're running it. The only other thing I can think to do to test this would be to strip out everything Discord related and spin up an isolated server. Well, I guess let's do that then. Here, let me fix my spacing on this. There we go. Alright, let's grab our networking logic. We're just gonna copy up through there. And I'm going to create a new file, test.ts. Paste it all in. We are going to node, TS node, test.ts. So our scripts in here. Oh, I ran it on nodemon. Nodemon should take it. That nodemon test.ts. npx nodemon test.ts. Alright. Listening on port 8008. So it's listening. So if we go to our connection closed. Let me try localhost on this. It might be an issue with our loopback reference. It's pretty rare nowadays, but sometimes things get pedantic. Nope. It shouldn't be a secure connection. I didn't think so. Is it maybe... Let me check and see if socket IO can... Wait, we had documentation for this pulled up a moment ago, didn't we? Do we still have that tab open? I do. Okay, so I want to see if maybe they are connecting to some specific path. Let me find where they run their connection logic in the documentation. Acknowledgement by ID messages. Nope, nope, nope. Emit on where socket equals that. Add event listener. Pin child. Where are you putting in the URL? Alright, server, create server. They're recommending port 3000. It doesn't particularly matter. As long as it's consistent. They don't actually put the URL in anywhere. Interesting. It's not a very useful example when they cut out things like that. Maybe it's in the prior page before they do the setup. I mean, the only thing we're not doing is setting up the feedback for the HTTP server sending back an HTML file. Which, I mean, I guess we could. We have it in there now. I'm not seeing it in here anywhere. They're just calling const socket and then IO open close parenthesis with nothing provided to it. They aren't defining their URL in here anywhere that I'm seeing. I assume that's because it's on localhost, so they're not, like, it's on the same server that's serving it, and so they're not referencing that in there maybe. But what I need to know is, when you're not using their client-side library, does it include, like, something like /ws on the end or something weird? That's what I need to know. I'm pretty sure this isn't it. Yeah, no change. But I need to know, is there some alteration to the path that they're using? Or is it just connect directly on it? Disconnections by pretending that there was no disconnection. This feature is called connection state recovery. This feature will temporarily store all events that are sent by the server and will try to restore the state of a client when it reconnects. That's cool. So Socket.io has some built-in reconnect functionality, which will be very useful for us. We're going to go ahead and drop that in there to establish it on the server side. This is doing database stuff. I don't need any of this. Here we go. Nope, that's not what I was thinking it is. It's good to know that's an async function though. Where are you? Here we go. Let's set a, oh right, I'm not using their client-side library. I wonder if this is what's causing us problems here is that we're using Socket.io. Can you use Socket.io server without Socket.io client? Let's find out. That might be our problem. They have a proprietary protocol wrapper. That is unfortunate. That's not gonna work for us then. So we want, I can't remember the name of the other one that I was looking at. We don't get auto reconnects, but WS is the library I was thinking of. Okay, so if we go into package.json, remove this. Let's do WS. Nope, npm i-save WS. Let's grab their documentation. Installed. Where is... Docs. Here we go. Their implementation is a lot more complex, unfortunately. I want your simple. Here we go. We need to head over to our networking. Drop that. Import WebSocket and WebSocket server. And then we can create WebSocket server. Let's handle that as the port. Let's go ahead and pop open this. Alright. I'm just gonna copy paste some boilerplate code. Alright, so this is setting up compression, and it's also setting up some negotiation information as well as size. Are we missing a? We are missing a closing bracket. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. We are probably going to remove or change most of this, but I want to get our connection up and running. actually, we don't need this. We can run off just the port. Let's do that. And then we can do WSS.on connection. We have our connection done here, so let's grab that. It is giving us a socket. They call it message. We're going to see if this works though. I don't know what data is on there. We should no longer need any of this though, because they contain a server within theirs. In theory, we should be able to connect. So we got the WebSocket server connection. Oh right, we should probably put a socket on air in here. We're not sending anything, but we should be able to see when we're connecting now at least. I'm just going to jump straight to Godot and see if we can do it here. What port? 8008. We're no longer getting an error. That's a good sign. We're getting an error now. Great. Alright, well, let's go back to... Oh, I guess it helps us. npm start. Might need to start the server first. Alright. This is a little more what I expected with an error. Invalid access to property or key socket on base object type window.socket peer. Socket.socket. Let's try that again. I did get a logout on my console. So we did actually get a connection established. So let's pop into our code. I want to know if that was, there's so much going on there that I'd rather just do this than read through it all. Okay, so are we getting an acknowledgement? No, it isn't. This is a stack trace. I think that's the only time that we log out, do a informational dump, right? Oh no, we log the entire socket. maybe we let me find what information is on here at the top level. New client connected. Okay. Is there some sort of identifier associated with this? Will it give me information about this? It is a WebSocket. Do we have some sort of ID, UID? No, I'm not seeing anything for don't see any kind of identifier, unfortunate. Well, that means we're just going to remove that. Alright, so let's add back in our arg here. We have that connecting, so let's spin this up. New client connected. Sending test packet. Not getting anything. Okay, so that means we do need to use the default syntax for this. So this should be message. Received. Let's see what the data looks like. Okay. It is a byte buffer, so it's in binary. We have a packet. This is what data looks like. Alright. Let's work on getting that data readable. WebSocket raw data. Okay, what can we do with our raw data? Do we have any helper functions? Buffer, array buffer, or array buffer. Okay. It is a buffer, which means we should be able to feed it into any parsers that we want that should be able to handle buffers. But I want to know if they have, let's see if they have, if the library has a something nice and easy for this. Message, data, SQL, nope. Client authentication, server broadcasting, route trip time. We can stream it. That's not what we want though. API docs. Alright. Time to go through all the API docs. Sending and receiving text data. That's not what we want. Give me the full documentation. Not use the buffer util. This can be useful to enhance security. No, that's not what I want. Here we go. API docs. We want, is there anything in here for auto message on pause, ping, resume, error codes, environment variables? I don't see anything tied to the raw data. I don't see anything using the word parse. To we are going to have to remember to ping the socket every so often from the game to keep the socket alive. The server by default apparently has a pong, so it'll auto respond, like an auto pong. It's not what I'm looking for, but useful to know. I guess what we should do then is just go through the path of JavaScript parse byte array. It's a string, toString. I believe they have a is not a uagent. That is not what I'm asking for. What did we say the data types were? Raw data. Buffer, not a byte array. Does buffer innately have a toString is the question. Here we go. This will work. In theory. Try. Is that an option? Let's try that. Oops. Yeah, there. Go figure. Not valid JSON. Like how it's it is now parsed. It immediately failed, but this does what we needed to do. So if we just delete that line and pop out a const message equals, we can do message dot starts with and run this. Hack received. This is our message now. So we are getting an acknowledgement from the server or from the client, which means we are able to establish our connection. We're going to need a time since last. Let me see what the default timeout. Web socket timeout duration, and then I also want to see if we can alter the timeout duration in this library we're using. Protocol support. Nope, that's not what I want. API docs. I don't see max window bits. Nope. Currency limit. Nope. Common default idle times set by various infrastructures in the software range from 30 seconds to 2 hours. So we've got a window. Oh, wow. WebSocket server software will have a configurable default. We didn't set it in here anywhere. Let's see if there's a timeout. Nope. Right, we also need to, well, I'm thinking about remove express from here, and then let's shift this to be in pattern. Let's delete our test file from here. We also can delete our index, which was for testing as well. All right. This is all connected. Immediate network infrastructure like proxies, firewalls, often have an aggressive idle timeouts, typically around 30 to 120 seconds to clean up inactive. And so we are putting this behind AWS default timeout for web sockets. 10 minutes on API gateway. ALB has a 60-second timeout, and AWS App Sync has a 5-minute timeout. We will be using ALB, so that's going to be important for us. API Gateway, default integration timeout for Lambdas is 29 seconds. We're not using Lambdas. A common practice to implement a heartbeat, which is literally what we're looking into. 2-hour cap for API Gateway. Ooh. The recommended solution is to build a reconnection logic into your client. So we are going to have to handle reconnect. To do, we're going to need reconnect attempt logic up to 3. Heartbeat 29 second is the shortest one, and that's for Lambda functions. We're using an EC2 instance, so we don't need to do it for Lambda functions. ALB, I believe, is going to be our bigger issue, which is 60 seconds. So, Harpy, Ping Pong, keep alive. Let's do we want to do 30 seconds? Let's do 30 seconds. So we're going to have our client, if it hasn't sent a request after 30 seconds, it will send a request, is the concept behind this. It will send a ping, which is a specific single packet request it can send over a socket, and then the server is set up with an auto pong, so that'll help us with the keep alive. We are going to need to do reconnect logic on both sides. On the server side, our reconnect logic is going to be tied to reestablishing the linking for a socket to the information that it's trying to listen to. On the client side, it's going to be just resending the connection request to the server. That's easy enough. We do have our connection though. We no longer want to do that. This is no longer relevant. In the error case, we need to do some cleanup. Right. Give me a second. I'll be right back. And then we will dive into handling this. Okay, we are back. Sorry about that. Alright, so we've got a message receiver. This is going to have to change if we want to use a JSON structure, but we'll handle that in a little bit. This side can handle errors. We're going to need to handle disconnects at some point, like proper disconnects. In our error cases, we probably want to do cleanup though. We need an identifier for a given socket. So I think the first thing we need to do is establish a UUID, provide it to that, and have it send in a connection request. Okay. So we are going to take in a raw string, and we will then do starts with on if message starts with we created a thing for this. What did we name it when we created it down here? Okay, I'm gonna move this code to where I actually want it to reside. Send command, no, register game. Let's do, we can just call it register, that's fine, register. We're just gonna use a space delimiter. And that's exactly what I want, actually. Except we are going to limit on a space. So get our session ID. We then we need to register a client. So we'll go ahead and code it in here. This is going to be, yep, that's what we want. And then we want to do session, yep, clients add, socket. Do we want, I say we just registered. So let's verify that we can register a client given a session ID. So pop open Discord, go to our testing ground. We're going to /obet-admin game start session. Grab the UUID. We now need to go to Godot. You will register on this UUID. Got text from server. Registered. Registered to session. Yep, it matches. Okay, so we can register. We are going to need to restart this here in a second. So we no longer need this. Message. So if we start with this, then we will run the registration logic. We also have connect and disconnect. On close. All right, session ID. We have a way to remove these. It's a closed session. This closes out. No, that's not the one. We got closed platform, register. We do not have the cleanup session. Nope. Okay. So we need to write the disconnect logic. So grab session ID and session from our maps. The clients, if our socket exists within the client, I'm concerned about this. But if it does, then it will delete socket. The reason I'm concerned about this is I'm not sure what this looks like and how it changes, so I'm not sure if has will be able to correctly identify between sockets. So clients delete. We probably need to establish a UUID. Yeah. That would require us to, I mean, we are in a context we could bind on it in. The problem we're going to run into is that each call so when this connects, this is a unique socket for the duration of this connection. So if I define a UUID within this context, we have it within all these functions. So this UUID is unique to this socket, and we'll have it in this context at all times. Which means we can add it to all interfaces whenever we need it. Which which means we can do socket.id equals UUID. So we inject this, which means actually we don't want to store it like so. We can store it like this. Now, every location where we interface with socket has an ID registered on it. I'm still worried about this, but if this is having issues, we can manually loop through this list and check for ID matches. I don't think we can overload has. Hang on just 1 second, my mother's calling. Sorry about that. We're having to shuffle plans because fiance is not feeling good and boy is sick. So we had intended on going to visit my side of the family tomorrow, and then my mom also apparently was in the general area and was talking about coming to visit. So she called because I was ignoring her messages. Apparently, I didn't realize I was getting text messages. All right. So we are able to register a client. We are working on a way to deregister. We're just going to assume this is going to work for now, which we'll have to assume this is going to work as well. There's a chance we're going to have to rework how these are done so that we can do this by an ID instead. But we do have an ID bound on here, which should help. And then I feel like this should be a default thing. If you have an item ID, if your item has a top level ID field, they should probably just use that to determine has and delete stuff. That would make things so much easier for uniqueness and those kinds of things, but we'll see. Client set size is less than or equal to 0. Then we're going to trigger our timer and do the cleanup. We do this elsewhere, though. We do this for execute queue. There is no other spot where we do cleanup, is there? Okay. Do we want this to be 5 minutes? No, we want this to be 30 seconds. So when a client has been connected and then it disconnects, we have a 30-second window to reconnect before it does cleanup. But if a client was never connected to begin with, then we have a 5-minute window for the initial connection. So client closes, then we do this. I want to run a few checks in here. So first off, we're closing a connection. Socket ID, so we know the connection ID. We are then going to checking session, and then we're going to removing that, and then console.log here for cleanup. Okay, that's done. Let's recreate our session because our server had to restart with the new files. We can then change this to be this. Run. Registered. All right, checking session, removing client, starting cleanup for timer. This did everything we wanted, which means that this matching is in fact happening. Good. So this will trigger session cleanup, which is when we clear timer, close session. This is doing timer on session, right? Session to timer, yeah. It will close our session, which will pop down here. Okay, so if I were to check, I don't have a way of checking it. Let's add that. Interesting. We are not allocating sessions to individual Discord servers right now, which means any Discord server should, in theory, be able to join any session. And I think I'm okay with that. We don't really allocate it. This just creates the reader. Eventually, we'll add the ability to where you can add more of these, and you can set your defaults. Okay, so that's all in place, which means we want to handle our send command. All right, boom. We need to go through our. We don't need to do anything here. User map.set key, so our map is in here. We need to determine within the context bounds of our execute queue. We need to define with an execute queue. So when a command is added, we set this up, which means within here, we need to find our Platform array from platform details values. Okay, we don't care about that. Nope, nope. We have a list of commands. We have a list of clients. So our P context. So we can look up, we have platform details, which gives us all of our sessions. So we can get platform details, timer, so we can just grab sessions off this. We can do, let's take everything it's gonna give us and see what it does. Okay, so we can do our session. If there's no session, continue, I'm okay with that. Then we go through each of the clients within a given session, because again, we can have multiple sessions. So we go through and we can have multiple clients on a given session. So we go through all the clients. We then JSON.stringify the commands and client.send. That should be correct for a WebSocket. If there's an error, we throw an error. This should be it is not asynchronous. Interesting. Okay. Well, that's fine. I mean, we're just going to send it and move on anyway, so I wouldn't have waited. We do have this serialized, but we don't want to reserialize it every time. So we are going to, once we're done with all the commands, we're going to try payload equals that. And we're actually going to let payload string. And we'll do it that way, and then we will catch. So if it succeeds, we now have a payload, and then we can send our payload to all of the clients. We no longer need this try catch, because I don't believe this can throw errors any longer. Buffer like. It has a callback for handling errors. I want to know how to do the error handler. We are going to add an error handler here. I don't know if this throws. That's why I wanted to know, but it's not defined in here anywhere. So we will handle the error as such. We don't want to bail out. We have a to-do list. Does this have a resumable? WS docs. I thought I had a tab open over here. Did I just cover it up? No. I did that. I just minimized it. Okay. I want to know from our options. Multiple times in the same tick defaults to true. Setting to false improves compatibility with nope. Autopong, backlog, client tracking, handle protocols host, max payload. Validate incoming connections. Usage is discouraged. Well, let's not use that. Oh, we can extend WebSocket and overload the functional callback if we want, or the object definition if we want. Let's do that as part of let's define a enhanced socket. Let's do like such, and then on our WebSocket here, we can do WebSocket enhanced socket. Null is not assignable to type string. Sure. Address null. Let's just do that, and then we will actually, can we just, yeah, let's do that. I want to provide a way, while I'm thinking about it, to allow admins to fetch. I think we just do the easy way for now, and we just get open connections. So export function open session. Let's call it get sessions. For now, sure, we'll just return it as a string. That's fine. Sure, let's just push session ID though. And then we can return sessions that join. And then, here, let's do it this way. Nah, I like this way. This handles the beginning and ending cases cleanly. Alright, and then admin, let's do the game, new command, start session, close session. Let's add a case for get session. Yep, we want that. I guess I can add a default state in here so it's happy. And then we need to add a duplicate of this that's going to be get session. And then we need to npm run deploy. It executes through all of this, defining and importing the functions, which means I just spun up my WebSocket server, if I'm not mistaken. I did. That's gonna be something we're gonna have to fix. Okay, so in order to fix that, we need to go down to here. The easy way to do this is to wrap it. can wrap it in init function, make it an asynchronous, and just let it run in the background after init. But we're using a side effect right now to get this to run at all. So I would need this, okay. Export function init socket server. Pop like so. We're going to then make this a let that. All of this should function like normal now. We just need to call this in order to initialize it, which needs to happen in our index. Which means we need to import init socket server from GameLogic Network. Yep. And then right after we initialize this, let's initialize our socket server. This is not asynchronous, this is all callbacks. We need it to be done synchronously though, so that's fine. So now, if I were to run deploy, boom, done. It's not hanging anymore. And if we were to npm start, that's all working. We need our Discord window. All right, so let's start a session. Command is outdated. Okay. Well, let me close out of Discord and reopen it and see if it will update. It's outdated, so it knows it's outdated, but it can't recognize the update has happened. I don't. It's weird to me that it can identify it's outdated, but it can't like just go ahead and, you know, fetch the update. Start session. Oh, we have a new session ID. Now let's check our new command. Obet admin get session game get session. I don't like how long that's chilling there. What'd I screw up? That should be airing out, but we've got an air catch in there, so it's just hanging. Get sessions. I should fix that. I want to know if we run this again. This should be returning empty, but it's hanging once again. Oh, yeah. Yeah, hallucinated. No, I don't. Let's go the other way. Get session. Trusted AI hallucinated a command it created. That checks out. Alright, obet admin game start session. There it goes. We have a session ID, and then let's just check our command. Obet admin game get session, which should return all sessions, not just the one. Boom. Okay. Yo, what's up? Sorry about that. I'm chugging through stuff right now. Let's pop over to our game and drop in our new game client. There we go. And drop in our new session ID for now. I need to just add the interface for this so it's a little bit easier. Boom. Packet sent. deregistered. If we close, it should handle the cleanup. Everything's working on that front. Let me see. Get session. We still have a session. It should take 30 seconds, and then this session should get closed, though. We still need to handle acknowledgements as well. Registering is going well, so we're good on that. I'm tempted to just always prefix a command name and so I can do a split at the beginning of this. Let me check if our session is still there. Okay, sessions are closed. So our deregistration logic when the socket closes is all working, including our 30-second wait before it does the cleanup of our session. If we pop in here, this should session no session client size is less than or equal to 0. There is an error case we can hit with this. Not an error case. Technically, it's valid. But there's two cases that come to mind. If we have client DCs, then it removes session. This is the intended logic. If we have a client DC, so it's a 30-second window, and then it removes session. And then let's say 15 seconds later pass and we have a client connect, then it will cancel removal. So this works. Because what's going to happen is what it's actually going to do is it's going to wait until the 30-second mark, and then it's going to run through here, and it's going to see this line, and it's going to cancel out of its closure, because it will have a client connected. These are the two valid cases that work right now. The edge cases are if the client DCs, and then 15 seconds later, a client connects, and then let's say at the 25-second mark, we have the client DC again. I believe that 30-second mark, when it hits, I think this still goes, even though a client connecting should clear that timer, because since we're using a promise for that timer on the callback, we can't cancel out of our promise. So the best we can do is introduce checks like this, which means that 5 seconds after, if you DC twice within a 30-second window, 30 seconds from the first DC, then at the 30-second mark from the first DC, if you don't have an active connection, it's going to remove it. And I think I'm okay with that. The odds of you having the second DC within that 30-second window are pretty low. So I think I'm okay with that. The other edge case at the let me think about that one again. So if we DC, then reconnect, then DC again, it'll remove the session. In this case, it cancels removal, and I don't think there is a third case now that I think about it. It's going to attempt twice to remove this session, by the way. The second time, it's going to hit this case, though, which is why we have both of these. So when this one's logic hits, it'll hit this, which will remove it, which means that when this disconnects logic hits, it'll hit this one and bail out. I think we're fine with that. This should be good. Alright, so this handles our session cleanup. So we can now create connections with our Godot game and clean up connections when we bail out. So we need to be able to send our game commands is the next step, which we started implementing of. I just need to check that everything else was working. So here, this should send our payload to all the different connections. So let's handle that. So if we obet admin game start session, we have a session ID. If we go to Godot, we have 5 minutes. I don't know why that's line wrapping there. Okay, so this will connect. We want to handle this. So this should read out any data we send it. It's going to be in a string format. So we'll have to keep that in mind. That should be fine. Let's run it. We are connected. If I go to obet game test 1, 2, 3. We now have a command with a UUID. I don't like this command structure that's building out. But, so if we, let me close out the game. So if we go in here and we change our payload. So this should turn it as just an array of items. Let's handle it slightly different from that. Let's do command space. So we're looking for this keyword as a prefix. And then in our Godot instance, we can find a way to, so we have text as a string instance. We can then, should have something similar to split. GD script split string on first space. I don't know if we want to use find or substring. They do have a built-in split method. So we can do, I don't know if that's destructuring, but we should in theory be able to do var command equals packet text dot split on a space. And if we do destructuring, will that work? It does not. I didn't think so. We'll call you parts. Splitting on the space like this is going to be an issue. Because we don't know how much of the rest of it has been, and we don't want to have to rejoin it. Can we, maybe we do use substring. Hmm. Alright, give me just a second. I need to crack some bones. I'll be right back. And we're back. Sorry about that. Just for reference, I have a little workout. Well, I don't know what to call it. At-home gym setup, I guess we'll call it. And so when I disappear to do things like that, I'm usually like shifting bones around. I have really my joints just like to lock up real easy, and so when I'm sitting all day, it really starts to get rough. And I like to, get up and move every now and then. I need to get into a slightly more consistent pattern for it. We are getting very close to affiliate. I think our probably within the next stream or two, at the rate things are going, we will trip into the affiliate territory. And once that happens, every 30 minutes, we're mandated by Bezos to take a minimum of a minute and a half ad break. I believe it's 3 minutes every hour. So every 30 minutes, we will be running ads after that point for 1.5 to 2 minutes or something like that to keep from having a 5-minute B-roll. So by splitting two 2-minute ad sessions across a 1-hour segment, we'll be able to get away with 4 minutes instead of the default of 5 minutes. I'm probably going to set it for a minute and a half, but that'll be what I start using for like every 30 minutes. Get up, move, do something like that. So I will try and align that a little bit better in the future, but I am trying to get into that like every 30 minutes, get up and just stretch a little bit so that later my back isn't killing me not quite as bad. I should also find my exercise ball and start using that to sit in so it's not as bad on my lower back. But alright. Let's ignore this for now. Let's shift the way we're handling the code over slightly. We're just going to do this, which means that this entire object is now a properly formatted JSON object. So we should be able to get a dictionary, no, an array out of this if we just do JSON.parse, no, string, parse string, there we go. All right, so this should get us a proper object back, which we can then do things with in other areas of this code, which means we will be triggering things. So if we run that, let me bet admin game start session. Up and running. We then connect on this. Game is up. And now we can do obet game test 1, 2, 3. I need to fix the formatting on how we're sending across messages. But we have the information required to acknowledge now. I want to spam this command real quick. We are not using our buffering system. Actually, we are using our buffering system that's built in. We need the buffer to be longer to see it in action. So let me just make sure this is an array pushing in. Yep. Okay. Let's increase the buffer window. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to test that the logic actually works. And we can clap some of these. Where do we send command? We're using this. Let's change this to 3000 instead of 300. So this gives a 3-second window. We should be able to do it within that. And then we need to obet admin game start. That'd be nice when we get to the point where we're not having to recreate our sessions constantly. Boom. Obet game test 1, 2, 3. Can't do it from the same user. That's gonna be a bit of a problem. Okay, how can we simulate this? We can when we send the command, we can inject multiple. Actually, let's just add a random thing at the end. So send command, so this is when it's coming from there. This is our platform context. We're getting our user context with the UUID. Let's add in, boom. Generate UUID. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Obet admin game start session. Obet game test 1, 2, 3. Expected true or false. Got registered. We need to not be returning. Let's close out that. If register. Send registered. We need this to be a valid JSON object in order for that to play nice. Registered true. Nope. Registered. True. Are we doing anything here with it aside from that? Nope. Obet admin game start session. test 1, 2, 3. I need to start this. Oh, what now? It does not like dealing with. Can I just print out? I don't need this formatted nicely, I just need it dumped out. I don't like that. How do we manage that? What if we just send one? It would be when we changed this. Is it no longer... If we remove that, does it go back to working again? Obet admin start session. We're not. Obet game test. Is it something to do with how we do a player lookup later? I think that's probably the problem. I think we're stashing the user. Yeah, we're only using the user key once is the problem. Context. Yep, this needs to be user key. Now I should be able to add generate UUID here. Obet admin start session. Let's grab the key, drop it in, save, launch, and then obet game test 1, 2, 3, and we're just gonna spam that. Yep, we are now getting batched commands sent across. This is perfect. All right. We still need to do some formatting and things like that. How do we want to handle our commands coming in? I think we need to change our structure. First off, let's exit out of that. We need to change our structure in how we're sending our commands. We want them to always be a JSON object, I think is the first thing. So let's just JSON.stringify. Status registered. I like that. Session ID can be sent across. We don't care about that. We just the important thing is that we have something to send. thinking about what we want to use as a flag, because when we send because this is for registration, we also have our message send logic up here, which we're going to want to bind to something. So commands, if we do this and then pop that, we can now pass status commands. I'm thinking we define a key. I don't like status. I want to shy away from type as a keyword to avoid naming collision stuff. I don't know if it's a reserved word in GDScript or not, but I do know it can cause issues in JavaScript stuff, so I kind of want to avoid using type. What if we do... Man, naming's the hardest. Let's call it action. Let's do a enum. We will call it WebSocket actions. We can do register, acknowledge, and commands. You are now commands. You down here are now register. And this is not correct. That's acknowledge. This needs to be action. So in all of these cases, we want to start parsing. So message to string, and then we attempt to do, we'll just immediately attempt to do a JSON.parse. And then we want to do all of these are going to have an action. We don't know what else is going to be on here. So let's just call you, yeah, we'll just call you message. We'll call object. So we can now do a switch on object of action, where we have a case for register, and we have a case for acknowledge, and we have a case for commands, and then we have a default. No, we don't want to throw. All right, and then we can take you. You are meant to be register, and you are meant to be acknowledge, and this is an error handler. Actually, let's throw. We have an error handler on this. It'll catch for our, if we ever send a anything that's not a JSON object. We'll come back to that. If we ever see anything that's not a valid JSON object, it'll also catch for our unknown action case, and it will just dump out in here. Okay, so in the case of register, we need to grab obj.sessionID. Want all of it. I just want that. So we attempt to send back a register. We should send a WSActions.acknowledge. This is the server's response, so we're acknowledging that a session ID was sent. And so we're going to assume on this message When you send register, you also send a session ID. So we're going to have to update and make sure that's in there. So if you provide us a session, a valid session reference, then we will add your socket and we will acknowledge with the session ID in it. If you send us an acknowledge, then we will log out that we received the acknowledgement. We don't have anything to do for commands right now, and I don't think this is ever something that we will be receiving, but we have a section for it just in case. We've got our air handler. We've got our close. Let's pop up here. This should all be good. We should be able to send a command action now with our commands. So let's do that. Oh, enum. Not supported in strip only mode. Oh, great. We need this to be a const. This is now an object. There we go. All right. I mentioned before, we're using TypeScript, but we're not actually compiling TypeScript. We're running it natively on Node, which is great from a like how fast I can iterate and write things, but it has its limitations. Enums being one of them, because again, all of these type definitions show up as compile time errors, but they don't actually do anything. So what Node is doing with its TypeScript compatibility is it's literally just ripping it out. So it just gets deleted before it gets sent to the Node engine. Enum gets converted to an object within TypeScript, as well as doing the type checking stuff. And anything that sticks around but gets converted fails, because it's not doing any manipulations. It's just ripping out the typing so that it can run it underneath the covers. And so anywhere that we have like an enum or something like that, we have to use an object, which is what it gets compiled down to anyways. Okay, so all right, we want to do as const. That way, this tells us that this variable cannot be updated or replaced. This tells us that these cannot be updated or replaced. All right, so this should all be good. We want to go into here and make sure that we're always sending and receiving objects. So this is going to fail. What are you expecting in the acknowledgement? In the register session ID. Okay. So we want this to be, what do we call it? Action, right. Action. Action is register, and our session ID is this. And then we got our closing bracket and closing. There we go. We're gonna fix this. For now, I'm doing it quick and dirty. Obet admin start session. It looks like we are connected. We got an acknowledgement with the same session ID back. So, Obet game test 1, 2, 3. action, commands, and then our list of commands. Perfect. Unhandled X server, bad window. Interesting. Alright. I was getting this on occasion when I was doing C++ with SDL. I think it's something to do with X window on timing when it closes out if you're like in the middle of an iteration loop or something like that. Alright. So we can syntax. Let's remove this. Let's remove that. I get the feeling that this is going to be an issue from a timing standpoint. So I want to so if error is not equal to okay, we want to run this. I want this to happen, but I don't want it to be in here because I want it to run when we have a D set. So we'll comment that out up there for now. How do we want to handle that? We'll make it as a function, I guess. Register session. And it will take in a ID as a string and return void. And then it will run this and it will use JSON dot, we need a dict. So variable object equals that, where we have action as register and session ID as ID. We need this to be a dict. I don't know, oj.action equals obj.session ID equals and then we can do a JSON.parse. Nope. Stringify object. Okay. What's your complaint? I don't, it isn't. Oh, right, string is capital S. All right, so that should get us a, given a session ID, we should be able to connect. We do need to make sure that is defined up here. So upon going ready, it will do that. We have state open, it'll send. We should never be able to this should never happen. Let's go ahead and clean this up. They call it match state. They just drop it in, if I remember correctly, so we should just be able to do that. And then var this state, and we've got this state. Let's leave that logging out for now. I want to see if we can get the error code back, if we ever have it. This is technically an error state for us, but I'm not too worried about it just yet. That's a little bit cleaner. I believe if we do that, it suppresses. Yep. Alright, everything in here is good. We need to provide a call for this. So if we go to our 2D for game, let's drop in a child node text. Session ID, editable true. Session ID input. We need this to be a scene, don't we? Sure. Create new scene. What are we calling you? Your user interface. First off, your name is going to be setup. Why not? And within you, we're going to add a child node that is text edit. And session ID is the placeholder. Session ID input. And then we can go to game. Let's open up your script. Game script. We now have change map. Change map. Map dot. Jump to that. We want main menu. I need to comment that out for now. So this should set up our main menu. If we go to change map, we need a map. If map, remove child, queue free, map equals map.lookup, map instantiate. Where's map lookup? Map dot main menu is preload for main menu. Where you at? Setup. Let's rename you. Main menu. Sure. Boom. And child map. Trying to assign value of type control to a variable of type node2d, not node2d. Add child map. Can you not add? Is that not a thing we can do? Just because I should be able to drag in right here, yeah. If we just remove that. We might need to fix that, of course, but yeah, that's what I wanted. Why then is it not allowing us to dynamically add it is the question. Because all this is doing is doing a lookup on the object and then setting it equal to map lookup.instantiate. Can we not create an instance of player action isn't being called? There's nothing in here. Because we commented all of that. So literally the only thing that gets called right now is change map, which will then remove things and run this. Player action is only triggered when we call it, and we're not calling it. So we're not attaching player scenes. It should just be binding in this one main menu, which does not have any logic associated with it. Oh, we're saying it's a node2d. What if I remove this? Oh, right. Delete. So change map. Takes in the map object, remove, queue free, instantiate, add. That entire error was because we were statically defining a type. Okay, so if we go to our main menu now, we pop into the 2D. Let's add in a button. We were just going to say you are submit. We'll make this look good later. I'm worried about logic for now. Also, the intention is that we should never have to see this as a player, like the Twitch community. You wouldn't have to deal with this. This is just something that the Twitch streamer, so I would have to deal with in the long run. You guys just get to see me code it. Okay, so we want submit to grab the contents of this upon submit and propagate it up, which means that we need to, there's a word for this. What is it called? Godot has an event queue system, like an event bus for how you emit things. Signals is what they use it. And so we can do a new script for this. At the very top, we can call it, we can say signal. Session ID. ID string, right, string. And then in our code, we need to define how do you listen to signals? Connect to signals. On ready. No. We put it in the ready function. and we can do button dot we need to know click pressed, there we go, dot connect. Is this how we write function? I think we just we do have to put the whole thing in there, don't we? Yeah. Session ID as session ID input dot value text. It's not a function, so we need it to be defined as a function. That's unfortunate. We're going to call you function emit ID change void do the thing. How do we emit? Oh, can we just put that in here? It's session ID dot emit. Still not out. All right, I didn't think so. Session ID dot emit, and then from here we can call emit ID change. In theory, this should emit our session ID when the button is clicked. So if we go to the game script, this is going to be a weird one. How would we handle that? I guess we could do instantiate add child match on map, where map is main menu. Then we call map dot session. What do we call it? Main menu session ID underscore ID dot connect, which has a function which is going to be I need to be looking at the game container. Game. It's going to call WebSocket, which we have a script for. Register session. Map type. Map dot. In theory, this should work. Okay, we're at the correct location to start with. So if I grab let's actually make a session. Let's see if it'll register. So bet admin start game start session. There we go. Submit. Oh, we got an acknowledgement back from the server. That's a good sign. Hell yeah. Okay, so let's remove this. All right, we need this to do a function handle session. It's going to take in a ID of type string with a void callback or return type. It's going to then call register session with ID. which will then change map. We need to do air handling on this, of course, but I want to get it to our gather state. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Tab. To do air handle for bad session. This is a problem. Apparently it calls it as soon as it happens. Handle session, or maybe that was airing out. Let's try that. There we go, okay. Let me grab our session. This should be an invalid session by now. Progress. Okay, now we have the logic. Right, I'll be right back. Give me 1 minute. Sorry about that. Had to refill the drink, stretch the legs real quick, and we're back at it. So, we're able to connect. We need to set up the command send. This is connected. Our WebSocket should start firing off our commands, though. How do we want to handle that? Well, first off, we're going to handle the high-level stuff is going to be handled the same way we did the main menu. So let's set up a base stuff for our WebSocket. Commands, this for now. We don't need this. we should be parsing and then we can match on object.action where we have a case of what do you define our cases to be? Register, acknowledge, and commands. Oh, right, we need this to be that. That. Do. Were we solving an acknowledgement in here somewhere? No, I don't see acknowledgement. We'll do that for now. Then under commands, we're gonna do that in a second, and then we will print server registered. We never handle this, or we never send this from the server, do we? So we can send an acknowledgement, which will have the session ID. We can receive, register, acknowledge, and commands, but we don't actually ever receive commands. Okay, so on this side, we will never receive register. We will receive an acknowledge with object.session ID in it. Was it %s, I believe? Then we can also receive commands, which we can set commands.emit object.commands. So we can remove that. Little kitten's going to town on one of our bags. I don't know what type this is. It's not. It's an array structure. So data array of dictionaries. I can do that. Okay. Would it be that then? Is that a dictionary array? No. I didn't think that would work either. Oh, we'll just pass array now and see what happens. Alright. The game script should now be able to listen to that, which means in here we want to add map dot. No, this is an always thing. should probably even do it before that. We're going to call WebSocket dot commands dot connect. And it's going to call a new function called handle commands, which will take in commands as an array. And so we pass this function to our handler, our connection, and then we grab the code we commented out earlier and paste it in up here, uncomment it. Alright, so we get cells. So when a command is given to us, we're just going to handle it, and we will print out the commands. That way we can verify it's working and see what the data structure looks like. Alright, we're good there. Obet admin start session. Got our session ID. Server acknowledged. Might need to fix that. Obet name test 1, 2, 3. There we go. Let's do a little bit of cleanup on here. I want to fix something real quick on this side. We need to reconnect logic still. This. So this is what our structure looks like, which is an array. So we should be able to for command in commands, and then call command dot the intention was to have something like match on command dot command name, looking for gather, which would then dispatch based on player action. Do command dot player dot username to right. I need to fix one other thing in our code here. We no longer need to do this. So this gives us the player object. We then can send out the cell, which is going to be our args. So command dot params dot args 0, comma, command dot params dot args 1. This was the concept I had in mind. And so if we remove this, send that, let's start the game. Obet admin start session. And then obet Gather cell 1. Invalid access to property or key player on a base object of type dictionary. Do I need to do a phrase lookup like that? Invalid access. I don't understand why it's not letting me access the fields on this dictionary. I also don't see why it's removing my logging. This works. Player is the problem here, though. So let's comment this out. Restart. Pop in our session. Resend our command. UUID, command name, params. Oh, player is part of parameters. Okay. Oh, well, I need to restart this and reconnect so it keeps that session alive. Player is under parameters, so params. Let's set var player equal to command.params.player and var args equal to command.params.args. So now we can do player.username here and args 0, args 1 here. And then let's stop, start, restart our session, acknowledged, go. This is out of bounds because we are only sending one. Cannot convert argument 2 from string to int. So if we go to where we define player action, let's change this from int to a string. And then we're using cell here, so we can do dot to int. Restart, reconnect. Send our command. Check it. All right, so I want to switch from the underlying name to the proper name, which is going to require a change over here, which means I can close this. I can open that back up. Let's go into here. Do user global name? No, display name. Yes, let's change it to that. Do I care? In this instance, I think it's always going to be user. So no, I don't actually care here. We should fall back on this, though, to interaction.user.username, just in case. Alright, so I clean that up a little bit, and then we should have our networking for commands running, to be honest. We might need to do, we definitely need to still handle things like a reconnect, of course. Player name is player name, action. Username, args, string. Alright. Player name, cell, resource. We're not actually using this yet. This is going to have to change to be dependent on what we're looking at. Let's stop printing this out. Let's introduce some falsified batching. Reconnect our game client. Bet admin. Start session. Hey eggs. Let's send some commands. Test. Gather. 1. I don't like that sending multiple times. I think this is tied to the UUID thing though. But the fact it's getting in there multiple times is weird. That means it's actually calling this multiple times. So let's look at our logic here. There should be 3, by the way, and there was 6 is the problem. So if we look at the logic here, I think this is getting called multiple times, to be honest. So if we go to user and we call send command, so we hit this, we FAC check, we reject on false guild cases, we hit the sub command, we call once. We're not looping, we're not iterating, nothing, we just literally call the command once. And then in networking, boom, we introduce the user key on platform details, we do a get, we set the timer, and then we add users. Then we set. Do we perform this anywhere else? No. We still need to introduce our acknowledgement system. Oh, I think I know what's going on. We're not clearing our queue. So when we send so object.action, This is on message. This is on receipt. On send, which should be up here under execute queue, we stringify and send the payload. Once we finish sending, we need to clear it. The queue is a per so this is platform details. Platform details is coming from platform map. Platform map each has its own user segmentation. Bound to the p context, which is bound users. U context are part of p context. So we need to go through users on the platform. So we have platform details. We're iterating through users, pushing all of them into the commands list. So if command push, and then at the end here, let's do users.clear. Platform users.clear. We're doing a user map lookup. And so let's also user map delete user. So we get the command. No matter what we want to delete. So if there's an entry at all, whether or not this exists as a valid object, we want to delete. But first we want to push it into our commands list, just to be safe. Then we want to clear users. That way it shouldn't send twice. I am concerned with the fact that it sent twice. So I'm going to add a little bit longer of a wait here. We'll see if that completely addresses it. Before that, I want to console.log execute. Obet admin start session. Bet game. I was too slow on that. It did execute exactly twice though. Let me do it quicker. One execute, 2 units. So our batching is working correctly now. It is not re-executing. It's not storing them, because if I do it again, it should send 1. Alright, so our queue is properly clearing now, and we are sending out. We do need to do reconnects. We do need to do resends. Okay. In order to handle that, so we can get rid of this. We no longer want to delete. Now we want a acknowledgement handler. Not part of the send command. It is down here. Register, acknowledge. We want to, this should already be parsed. Yes. So it's going to be under object dot we'll just use commands again. For command of commands. Command.status. If equals success, do something else, do something else. So in the case where it is successful, it's going to need I think no matter what, we're going to have a command dot ID, which is going to be our UUID. And so we're going to have to do a, what do we call it, user map? Yeah, user map dot delete by UUID. So we remove it from the user map. And then in the future, we're going to add our success failure. Else if failed. To do future. To do future. Eventually, I want to introduce a cosmetic system and like experience gains and stuff like that. So as you interact with the game and perform commands, you will get experience within the scope of the bot, which will unlock different features and cosmetics and upgrades and things like that. So we will need to know if a command was accepted or rejected. This is our acknowledgement system. So we do that. And then we can batch process these as commands, which means in our Godot code, we can map session connect, handle session, where are we at? So the first thing we want to do this is going to be a rough one. So we need to bind a UUID, which is our player ID, if I remember correctly. So if we go back here, in our type definition for player details, I'm going to move our typing definitions up. To do player details, UID, not UUID. So down here, this should be command.uid. Let's keep it in alignment. We're going to then, in player action, provide a player.uid, which means UID is a, technically I think this is a number. No, it's a string. String. Alright, so this is a unique, no, sorry, this is your Discord ID. And so we need to maintain a player's object. We can check through here. So if we add player.uid equals UID, we can go to our player. We can add, we don't really distinguish between these two, do we? Do we even use screen name in here? No, we don't. Oh, let's just change this to UID then. Alright, this is now stored on it. So if we go back to game, this is now a valid reference. And so before we do that, for player in $players dot get children, if player.uid equals UID, return. So if the UID is already bound to a player, do nothing. We want to make this return a Boolean, and you are going to return false here. And then otherwise, return false. Otherwise, we'll execute through this, create a player, bind the UID, set position, yada yada, attach them, and then player.action get cells. So this is going to send them off to go do the thing. Then we will return true. And up here, where we call player action, we are iterating through all commands. And so we can set var response equal to that. And we can do response.push back to UID as player.uid. And status as, just fix the formatting on this. Grab that, pop it in there. So player action will give a response, and if it is true, then we return success, else failure. Failure. Expected question mark source. If you want to turn your operator, use truthy value if true condition, else false. Okay, so we do inline if truthy value that if success, else failure. Did I do that right? If you want a ternary operator, use truthy value if true condition, else false value. Truthy. Okay, so I need. Wow, that feels wrong. So success if true, else failure. UID not declared in the current scope. Player equals player, UID. Nope. So how do we do this? How do I inline an object like that? Because if I remove this, oh, still the same problem. Oh, does it need to be? Yeah. There we go. Okay. So UID is player UID. Status is success if this is true. Else it's failure. And this is our player action. And since we're passing the UID here, we can do our check-in here and short circuit to return false in the case where player is already doing something, or return true if it makes it all the way through and binds it. All right. I think this is good to give it another run. So let's do obet admin. I'm not liking our command structure, so we're going to have to change that for Discord. Server acknowledged. Obet tests gather 1. send another command while it's out and about. It is rejecting it. Let's wait for my little gatherer to finish his job. Yep. The removing and freeing is clearing it so that it's properly working. This is our core game loop completed. We still need to add some edge case checking, some error handling, and some probably a little bit of cleanup logic for it, but we do have the core interactions between client and server and renderer. Okay. This is no longer relevant for us. We need to handle reconnect. We need to handle heartbeat. We've got autopong, so this is a client-side thing we need to do. So let's do that. Let's do our reconnect. So in the here, we take in a handle command for args. Nope, we want to do this inside of our WebSocket. We do anytime we handle a packet, we don't care what the packet is, but anytime we have a packet being processed, we want to store var timestamp. Last response. Time dot now. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be a uint 8. Delta is the time since last. GD script. Oh, I know what I can do. Last response. Time. Let's do a since last response. Trying to think, because I think it works both directions. I think if either the server sends something or the client sends something. In which case, okay, equals 0. Let's default it. Do we default it or do we increment it? We'd increment it, so we want to default to 0. And so we can, every time we run this, we want to run, actually, do we have socket dot? Oh, built-in heartbeat. GD script Godot enable WebSocket heartbeat. Why has this got heartbeat interval if it says it doesn't have a built-in heartbeat? Let's see if I can find the documentation on. Well, actually, I should be able to get it through the interval in seconds at which the peer will automatically send the ping. Okay, well if I set this to, well, first off, I don't want to do it in here. If I set my socket interval to 5.0 every 5 seconds, if I understood the documentation, inline documentation correctly, every 5 seconds this should send ping to the server. If we go over to our server code, let's add a message short circuit for if, it's called arg, right? Yeah, arg.toString equals ping. We're going to short circuit all of this. We're not going to do that. We are going to console.log ping. We're not going to send the pong because I have it auto sending, so we shouldn't have to. Okay, so if we run our Godot code now and just connect it, obet admin start session. It's been more than 5 seconds and I'm not getting a ping, which means that doesn't appear to be doing anything. AI is telling me that this, where's that? On my Google search, Gemini is telling me that this doesn't exist, but it's clearly documented. So we're going to do this manually. First off, let's check. Do we want to... No, let's go ahead and implement. All right, so the since last response, the intention for this is that every time we poll, we increment this by delta. The reason for this being, let's go ahead and make this a float as well. The reason for this being is that once it crosses a certain threshold, which we're going to set as kind of constant here, heartbeat interval, set it as 5 seconds. Nope, not 50, not 50. All right, so we're gonna go through here, and then after we run this logic, if we hit a match, because get ready state, so if we received packets, then let's reset response to 0. That's 0. We received something, cleared out. We don't send things very often, do we? But syntax 0.0. So anytime we send to the socket or receive on the socket, let's go ahead and clear the last response. So let's call it, actually, let's rename it. Let's rename it to, bulk renaming this is a bit of a pain. How do I do multiple cursors? There we go. We'll do last heartbeat. So this is the duration since the last heartbeat. And so when we nil and float in operator plus. It shouldn't be nil. Regardless. Thanks. I've been working on this for a few days now. We started it sometime last week. I don't remember exactly when. As far as overall developing, the Discord bot, which is the other segment of code that we're dealing with in here, I built this like 6 months ago, and I don't think it's been 6 months now, maybe 4 months ago. And as far as just overall developing, I got my start back in high school, which would have been 2000. I think I got my first introduction to Visual Basic back in maybe 2004, 2005 in high school. Yeah, and then I've been professionally developing. See, I got my first like real job while I was still in college. It would have been, I graduated in 2012, and I've been working at USGS doing mostly front-end web development with some archival tools and things like that on the side, back-end development stuff. And I started there in 2009. It might have actually been in 2010, somewhere in that time period. So, a while. Professionally, full-time, I got my first job straight out of college in what would have been beginning of summer 2012. So 13 years ago, coming up on 14 years ago. So this should be setting our heartbeat. Now we need to check and see if we make it through our match case all the way to the end, and we have a last heartbeat greater than or equal to our heartbeat interval, then we need to, then we need to socket dot send text, send text for ping. So this should give our keep alive to the server. All right. So run this. We're going to create a new session. So opet admin start session. This is pinging like crazy. Okay, so let's stop that. We need to do one other thing in here, which is reset this to 0 now that we've pinged. We also need to make sure. So this is creating the session regardless. So we don't want to be doing this if we don't have a. Oh, we do need to keep it alive, even if we don't have a session. Yeah, let's just leave that. So let's try this again. Oh, I'm gonna need to restart my. There we go. Okay. Which means I need to recreate opet admin start session. Yeah, hopefully. Probably not today, but sometime either tonight or tomorrow, I will hopefully be setting up the Discord bot so you guys can start sending commands while we're working on this. Oh, I don't like that the WebSocket closed. Let's try that again. Ping received. Submit. Server acknowledged. Obet. Game. Gather 1. Pings are coming through every 5 seconds. Commands are going out. We skipped a ping. Ping again. Okay. So our logic's working. So let's now set this to our intended interval of 45 seconds. Let's make sure that the Pong is coming back. Print Pong. This should just connect. We shouldn't have to do the session, and we should be able to start seeing ping on this side. Maybe. Right, 45 seconds. I should have tested this before. Let's change that back to 5. All right. Ping. There it goes. We did not get a Pong. That means our auto response is not configured correctly. So let's hop back over here. Where are we setting that at? It is down here, isn't it? Oh, it'd help if we set it at all. Where is the documentation for... Oops. Are you? That's Godot custom signals. This one. Auto. On Pong heartbeat. Sometimes the link between server and client can be interrupted in a way that keeps both server and client unaware. In these cases, ping messages can be used as a means to verify the remote, blah, blah, blah. Interesting. Okay. I guess they don't have an auto. It looks like they do have a kind of function built for it in a way. So on connection, they are setting socket dot is alive equal to true. Let's pop in here. Boom, is alive. Default it to false. Go back down to here. So we have our is alive. Then we are running the heartbeat. Interesting. Socket.on ping. And let's do Pong. And I want to test something. good there. Let's restart this. Which makes me wonder, is there a built-in socket.ping? I'm not finding what I want. GD script send ping. Right, GD script WebSocket. In ready state, socket.set heartbeat interval 5.0. Let's do it right. Heartbeat interval, which is set to 5. Oh, I need to do it before I connect. All right. Let's see if that does it. Okay, that is working. Okay, so I don't need to do this extra work. We don't need any of this. I just needed to listen to the correct thing. All right, last heartbeat can go away. The last heartbeat here can go away. That's what I get for trusting AI when it said it didn't exist. I just need to search through the documentation even deeper. This isn't going to send anything because I'm actually doing a proper ping and pong, which means it's not going to expose anything to the user, so we don't have to worry about that. Heartbeat interval is fine. This goes away. That goes away, and that goes away. And then we can go back to that. So now, if I run this, let me adjust this so you guys can, oh, hang on. I don't know why it's not binding these two windows together. There it goes. Let's see if I can bring you up. Hey, there we go. Now you guys can see the window. So this ping received is the new message. The ping is the old message. And so if we go back here, we can see ping received, pong received as part of our keep alive, and then we have the old one which was in here on ping. So this can be deleted completely. We do need to handle clean disconnect logic in our client renderer still, but we are getting our pings. Everything is looking good there. We shouldn't need this any longer. I do want to switch. Let's pop over here and we can change this to our actual intended 45 seconds. Again, we chose 45 seconds because the 60 seconds is a consistent timeout thing on the AWS stack that the bot is using. So we didn't want to go past that. That was kind of important for us. But at the same time, we also don't want to just be spamming the server constantly, because in a perfect world, under ideal circumstances, we might have hundreds of these running against the server at any point in time, which would be awesome. Alright, I'm going to need to address this tonight. I don't know where I'm going to host that, or what domain I'm going to bind it under, I guess. But I need to get that set up. That's a future Austin problem, though. Alright, so we can acknowledge when we are able to connect. We have our pings going consistently. We have closing state as a pass. This should close out cleanly, which will stall the game. We probably want to do something better than just stalling the game. To do exit out in a... Actually, I know exactly how we can handle this. This is the WebSocket script, which means on register session, no, signal commands. We have a... We don't have it yet, but the intention is to add a game end command. If we go to where we're handling in game, when we have our handle commands, we can do a command name for game end, which needs to disconnect and clean up the WebSocket, allowing for it to reconnect. So maybe we need to establish how we do connections a little bit differently. And then it will change. Let's change our map to change map to map.main menu. So now, if we're gonna have some other issues. So I still need to clean that up. But if we have it connected and then close out, it helps if I'm not on the main menu to begin with. Let me start a session in Discord real quick. Opet admin, start session. We have a session. Close. That should have done something. So, main menu. Nope. Where is WebSocket? Oh, helps if we call it here. We want to set commands dot emit for an array with an action of game end. Let me just double check. It should be game-end command name. Go back here, and this is command name. Oh, of course it's gonna error out. I didn't restart the server. npm start. Let's regenerate our session. Let's connect the client. Session ID. Session is connected. Close. We need to handle it a tad more gracefully than that. Invalid access to property or key params on a base object of type dictionary. It's in game. Oh, right. I do everything all at once up front, so that it doesn't complain about. Maybe Godot, or maybe GDScript allows this. We're just gonna check and see. Does it Is it going to play nicely? That's a good sign. Let's restart our server. Let's refresh our session. We will connect, and then we will kill our session. We don't care about that. Command in command. Oh, right. This is actually an object with the phrase commands pointing to an array. That should fix that. Ready state is not equal to open is true. This is closed out. Register session has become an issue because it's attempting to send something. So if state this is not equal to open, return. So I'll short circuit this in the case where we have an invalid socket, which should help with an error. That gets us our registration. We should be able to test that now. Let's try again. All right. Let's try that again. Recreate. Connect. Close connection. Cannot convert argument 1 from dictionary to array. Commands don't emit. Commands is taking commands is the object itself. That is just an array. Okay, once it's emitted, it goes to game. We didn't have commands. This is an array. Command and commands, and we're looking for command.command name. So pop up over here, it's an array. Command name, game-end, game-end. All right. Spinning this back up is annoying. Once this connection stuff is done, though, I don't have to do it for a while. I did it. Okay, perfect. No, so I run my own company now. So I guess technically, yes. Anything I do software now technically counts towards my company, although in January I will be working with another company that does some online game development stuff, but it's all going to be through like browser-based games, so I won't be using Godot for it. And it's all on an engine that they work with, so I can't do that on stream because it's proprietary and it won't be revealed until it's revealed, kind of thing. So I am going to be reducing my hours to 2 full streaming days a week online, doing what we're doing now, and then 2 days offline doing that. And then 1 day a week I will be, and then the 5th day we will be switching over to a more chatting focused session where we talk, what's been done, game design, and like system design and stuff like that. So what have we got accomplished, and what will we be accomplishing moving forward? Hang out a little bit, and I also want to start doing game streams. It's hard to make games if you don't play games regularly, but when I work for my company, it's whatever I feel like working on, unless I'm specifically working on a contract at that point in time, which I haven't taken on a contract in a few months now. I just haven't needed to. So it's just kind of, also the industry right now is a little topsy-turvy when it comes to those kinds of things. So even if I wanted to, I can't guarantee I'd be able to find one right now if I went looking. Like the Discord bot that we're working on in the background. This is Obet. It's what I named the bot after one of my old D&D characters. It exists as an actual functional bot. It runs on a few servers. This is my company website. Obet. Mostly these sets of pages are here for the requirements for terms of service and privacy policy. It depends. I am very pro like work-life balance, so I tend to work 10 to 4, roughly, pretty much every day. Local time for me, it is now 2:30. What that means is that Monday through Friday, that's when I'll be working pretty much every day, which puts in about, by the time I do, the pre-setup stuff and the post-setup, it's close to about 7 hours Monday through Friday. So that's usually my minimum. And so I'll do about half of that on stream and half of that off stream is my long-term goal. When I start doing more frequent game jams, that will mean that I am having to make up some time for working with the other company outside of that, so the hours will go up during game jams, or if I decide to do another hackathon. I haven't done one of those in a few years. But generally speaking, I spend somewhere between 30 and 40 hours a week coding. Sometimes a little bit more, rarely less than 30. It usually hovers around the 35 to 40 hour range. Again, coding. Outside of that, I usually spend anywhere between 1 and 3 hours a day, Monday through Friday, doing off-stream prep work, either preparing for the next stream, researching something, in the background, figuring out, like last night I went through and found some sockets libraries and was looking into how Godot does WebSockets and stuff for today, stuff like that. So I would say when everything's accounted for right now, I'm putting in, I think actually I can pull up my stream average information from analytics in Twitch. So in the past month, I have 114 hours streamed. I average somewhere around, it's sitting just a little over 6 hours, it looks like. They don't have an total average. But the per day hovers me around 6 hours, I would say. My longest stream was 7 hours and 45 minutes. My shortest stream, we had one that was cut. Oh, it was a gaming stream that was cut short on a Saturday. That was only 4 hours. Those are my shortest streams. Are when I hop on the weekend for a few hours. So it's a little bit of a wild card, but yeah, I hover around 35 to 40 hours a week. And that's right now, that's streaming time. I want to get that down closer to about 15 to 17 hours a week on stream, and then I'll be doing about that again at least off stream. That's focused on work stuff. So like what we're looking at now is what I consider work stuff. And then I want to get at least one, if not 2 or 3 gaming streams in, which will be I'm targeting about 2 hours for those gaming streams, but 1 to 3 hours is most likely what I'll fit into. But that should put me somewhere between 40 and 50 hours a week focused on either the stream or working on something off stream, either for the stream or for another company. If that answers your question. Alright. We should no longer need to handle this. No, we do. I'll put that there. We do want to handle a duration timeout. So when a certain length has been hit without getting a ping, we need to... Actually, we don't even need to do this, do we? We should be ponging automatically. Do we need to handle pong? I think we do need to handle pong. I need to look at the documentation for this real quick. Yes, we do need to handle pong. Connection is live, true. On Pong heartbeat, where the heartbeat function is this dot is alive equals true. So when you receive a Pong, do an is alive. And then on an interval, each client check to see if it is alive. So has it sent you back a Pong? Interesting. So they're doing this from the server side. So every 30 seconds they ping all clients to see if the clients are alive. So, I mean, that would keep the connection open, and it would require, yeah, that might actually be what we do. So let's do a Pong is alive equal to true. And then we have a, let's do a global interval for all of our client connections. So we would set that up here, interval set interval, all clients for each socket. So if not alive, terminate. We then need to additionally do cleanup from that. All right, and then set session to false, attempt a ping. It needs to respond to Pong in order to stay alive. And then we want this to be 45 instead of 30. We then need to... I don't think we need to do anything with that. I'll be right back. Give me just one moment, please. I need to stretch my leg again and grab some refresh on my drink. Alright, 1 second. And we're back. Sorry about that. My next water refresh, I need to get a liquid IV, I think. But one more before then. Alright, so we need to ping back on the given socket. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. I guess I could cast it here so we don't have to reassign cast here. Whatever. So ping, when it pongs, it sets is alive. Set the next ping. We don't need this, I don't think. This is on connection. We do need it because we need close needs to clear the interval. That's right. So creates our server, WebSocket server. When it opens and creates connection, it sets up error, message, and close and pong listeners. Given a socket, it handles these. Then when the server closes, it will clear the interval. In the meantime, interval is going to be running every 45 seconds to ping the clients. I think I'm just going to have it ping every 45 seconds and handle this independent of calls, which means we can strip that logic out of the client. I think we need to handle ping pong on the client, but it should auto handle it. So let's do this. We should be able to comment out. Let me pop over the socket logic. We should be able to comment out this line. And then we need to look into nothing should run here. I am going to set our interval to 5 seconds, and we're going to log out console.log ping. Let's do it here. We're going to ping there, and then we will console.log pong. Starting here. It's not spamming ping. Our interval hasn't started because nothing is connected. Actually, that's not true. It should have already connected, but we don't have any clients. Start. This should connect. So ping pong. 5 seconds. Ping pong. Okay. So this client is sending a pong every time the server sends a ping. And we close out. A ping should go through here soon. Oh no, it properly closed out. It didn't fail to, like, it didn't block itself out. And so what I mean by that is we have registrations in place in our code for handling when a connection closes. This should handle our close. So when a client closes out its connection, it should do its cleanup properly, which will remove it from this and everything. This system is only here to handle the cases where we have like network connectivity errors and they never send the command saying they're closing the connection. And so this will clean it up. So we do need to handle, what I need to know is, will this call our close method? So if we call console.log here with close, then we remove our check here. And connect. It should auto disconnect. It does call close. So what I was testing here is, does this terminate properly call close on the socket? Because if so, we can use that to handle our termination logic. If not, we would have to recreate this termination logic in here, but it does call it, so we don't need to do that. That means that we now have our sockets keep alive, connect, and disconnect. We are not handling retry though. That's gonna be one we need to think about. The acknowledgement system is what we were working on a little bit ago. So in our message, we can acknowledge. So this is being handled, which deletes our entries. We need to come back to this when we start introducing EXP. I was also thinking about a game that might tie in together and use the overall arcing system, where we have like a little idle RPG that can be run inside of the Discord server. And so we will reuse the cosmetics and characters within other things, I think, and then have an idle RPG style system that when you send your first command would start like, this is how you would gather EXP. And then we'd kick that off, and then we can do like a RPG style leveling and gear gathering and those kinds of things. And it'd be cool if we had a meta progression system into the Discord bot that would go across all these little mini games that we're doing. But like I said, that's a future idea. So we'll come back to that. Our acknowledgement system is in place though. We can acknowledge when commands are sent and respond back, which will do the cleanup in the server. Which means we have everything. We just need to... So this is handled. It's just this retry logic, right? And we still need to handle Twitch integration, which is what this command is all about. We did that though, and I think we have Twitch down. Yeah, Twitch linking. So this one's in here twice. So that can go away. We still need to handle server commands, which is our start, stop, and all that stuff. Twitch linking. We are sending things over that. We're acknowledging handle ending of sessions. We're doing our disconnect, and our heartbeat handles our timeout. We're using the same thread, but we're doing asynchronous processing of our messages. That's as good as we can get to multi-threading within the bounds of TypeScript without spinning up a secondary thread. Although I guess it could. We'll see. If we start seeing scaling issues or like massive increases to the CPU utilization on our server, we might offload a bunch of this logic to a secondary thread that we spin up. How do we want to handle reconnect? Does this have an 8 retry? Here, so you guys can see what I'm looking at. Wondering if we should set up compression. I don't think we're going to have a problem with it. That might be something we want to introduce later though. Sending binary data, simple server. That is not what I'm looking for. This is the docs page that we wanted. Alright. I wanted to see create socket stream. No. Where's our create server? So we can auto pong. I don't know if this is true or not by default. We want to focus on performance for this unless it becomes an issue. I'm going to need to set this at some point. Used to validate incoming connections. I might want to look into this. This might be a better way of handling our session. Whether or not to accept handshake. If verify client has two parameters. A single parameter, and then we'll invoke it to the following arguments. Info. Origin. Incoming message. And encryption. Okay. Same as above with a callback function. Okay. This is the initial message. So if we change, I did not mean to click that. If we change our connection to, instead of connecting to URL here, we connect as part of register session, then we could inject, will this allow us to send, what is this? TLS options equal to null. Customize the trusted certificate authorities or disable common name verification. This doesn't appear to have some way of sending just random data as part of it. Because this is saying the client HTTP GET request. Well, I guess it is the raw HTTP request. It's not going to have custom data on it. I think we might need to do a little bit of authentication on our server side. Because I was just thinking about it, and right now, once you're connected, you can send messages. Period. It doesn't check to make sure that you've gone through and like we're not here. If you we're registering a session. So if a session exists, then we store the session. But you can send acknowledgements. So you would be able to clear out user maps, for example. So we might want to let's pop into our enhanced socket. Let's add a is verified. And then we can, when you provide a registration, if it adds it, then we will set socket.isVerified to true and acknowledge. Now, if you attempt to do these, if not socket verified, break. So now if you try and send other commands, it'll bounce out. I am a little concerned about this one. Because I'm not a big fan of parsing things unless I know what they are. We are receiving action : acknowledge. Sorry, no. In this case, we're receiving action : space register. So you can either do is verified or contains that string. So const str equals arg.toString if socket dot is verified. Let's do not verified and str dot includes. I can do a regex search string on this if I remember correctly, which would be action any any white space, optionally register. Dot execute, no, dot test. It's not particularly secure. I do this, I'm doing this on stream, and eventually you guys are going to be able to see the URL this is sent to. So I need to make sure that it's actually handling it correctly. So socket is verified. This will still allow you to parse if you're unverified is the problem. You just need your object to contain this, and then you can trigger a parser. should also run a sanitizer. There should be... Okay. Looks like we don't have to worry about that with JSON.parse. So problem solved on that. We do have to have a little bit of concern about how we handle the objects themselves. But we're not really accepting any data. Well, I mean, we're using a string ID. So I guess we're not too concerned about this. We just want to check the verified on each of these. And it should be good enough. There can be, in a way, there can be bad actors, but you'd have to know a person's Discord ID and interject between when they send a command and when the server parses it and utilizes it, which is a 300 millisecond window, in order to delete it out from under them. So I'm not too worried about that. We'll come back to that. Okay, so we've got our ping and pong going on. We got the... We need to set our... Let's go back up here. Reconnect logic is what I was thinking of. But I think we should do the server commands first. Which means I need to create some admin commands. That's no longer relevant. So how do I want to handle this? First off, let's update our user commands. I'm gonna do that first. I don't like this structure that we're using. This is extremely verbose. So I think we're just gonna change this to I'm thinking maybe we have a like obet. So my initial thought was something like game name. We'll just call it RTS for now. And then we're wanting to gather on cell 2. And then we would have obet RTS deliver, I think is what I called, to like lane 2 with wood. And then obet RTS, I think I called it support, on lane 1. Oh, that might change this attack. That was my initial thought. And so I would implement this as what you see below, where this or this is just ends up in parameters. And then RTS determines which game client it goes to, which is another thing we need to add to the game client. It needs to register with the name. But if we just dropped this and set a high level on each of these commands, they would show up as named commands now. Gather, deliver, attack. We can even do, I think I can do subgrouped on that. I could do command for each of these, and then we can give options. I think that's not a thing we can do. Add option. So a mentionable is like the at user. Integer is a number. Channel is the channel reference. Boolean is true or false. User, role, attachment is an image. So mentionable is channel, user, or role. Channel, user, and role are those specific things in Discord. So we can do a number and set a range on it. I thought they had a drop-down list style. Is there like... Call it command, sure. Dot option values choices. Oh, we can't do that. Okay. Yeah. So we can do it this way. Remove that for now. So we call obet game to get into the subcategory that we're in. Then you would have the command options for gather, deliver, or attack. And then we can, I don't think we cannot, I've tried that before. I cannot conditionally let you set parameters. So I can't say, oh, well, gather has 1, deliver has 2. I can't do that. At least I don't think I can do that. What do you support? Choice type. Number string. Name, value. Everything else is ignored. So, yeah. I think that's a little bit better. And then when we want to add variants to this in the future, we add more commands here. As we add more games. The only downside is that we would have collision. So if we had another 2 games, they cannot both use the gather command. Whereas if we use the game's name to namespace the commands we're sending, it requires the users to type more, but it allows us to handle collision, which would give us the ability to run multiple games and not have to worry about our like sending a command to both of them or a command to the wrong game or something like that. Okay. I think we still go with this. That'll be a future problem if we have to deal with it. We can always change this if we absolutely have to. How do we want to update this to make that feel a little bit better? We could, I guess, add integer option. We'll call it cell. The cell or lane number to target. This is required. All of our commands have 1 parameter set that is there, and then add string option resource. The resource type to deliver when using deliver command. It's not required. All right, so now we have to get I'm gonna let AI take care of that. All right, so we have command name, which is our command. Make sure, yep, command is what we called it, and then we have cell and we have resource. So command and we have cell, which is the integer for cell, and then we have resource, which is resource. We will eventually add choices here as well. I need to come up with what we're going to use for these. Alright, resource. We're good on that. This is not a thing we want to do. Send command now takes game name is no longer a thing, so let's call command, and then it takes an integer for cell, and it takes optional resources string and optional player details. We'll have to fix this. Alright, and then we can now provide command name, we can provide cell and resource. This will give us null, which means this needs to not be question mark, it needs to be string or null. Oh, interesting. Even though it explicitly says string or null is the return. I guess we're using it here. That's right. This gets us our player detail. Okay, so we do need to still figure out server commands. This cleans up that API just a little bit. Do I want to go ahead and... We still need to decide on a theme. Did I set... I think I might have set a like reference material type for gathering. Wood, metal, leather was the intention here. Sure, we'll follow that for now. I'm not sold on that one, but wood, metal, leather. Alright, and then if we hop over here to admin, let's expand our commands here so we can get a session, we can get open sessions, we can start a session, we can close a session. We need to let's add a subcommand. Admin commands. Let me pop this back up. feel like we're gonna need this. Here we go. What I call these? Gather, deliver, attack. So we're deviating for that slightly. We will do that. You are now attack. Gather, deliver, attack. We've got a game start, we've got a game end. Add start and add end. So we need to introduce. How do we phrase that in Godot? I think it was in here. No, it was in our command. So it was being relayed back to game-end, and game-end to game-start. Okay. So we're consistent on that. I guess for now, under admin, I can just add each. Well, not these. These are user commands. I guess for now, I can just add each of these. That way we can simulate it. Eventually, this will be tied into Twitch, to where add start, add end, game start, game end. Well, this will be tied into a Twitch, an add starting and an add ending on Twitch to just pause the game and resume the game. The game start, game end commands, the intention for these are to be when the stream starts and when the stream ends. And so these will be auto-fired as well. So yeah, let's just do that. I could do admin game command. Kind of like how we did here. Obet game command. Yeah, let's do that. This would be obet admin game. And then we have a subcommand. Just gonna duplicate you. Subcommand. Command. Admin command. We need to option. This is subcommand. If we do this, then this becomes add string option, and we can add choices. Oh. We got start session, close session, get session. Did we replace or did we add to? Get session. Okay, so we did add. All right. So start session, close session, get session. Start session, close session, get session. So start session doesn't take anything. Get session doesn't take anything. Close session takes a session ID string parameter. Alright. We need name. Let's call this list sessions instead of get session. I like that. List. Okay, let's add name, add start, add end, game start, game end. None of these require parameters. It's going to have to base it off of your context. So it would be all games are bound to your Discord server. Which I think is preferable. Yeah, let's do it that way. It's gonna get a little wonky when we start looking into adding multiplayer, like multi-streamer support. Okay, we need to get the command value. Command is subcommand, so the command is now game. This is gonna throw an error. I didn't think about that. I think I have to add each of these individually. Let me just grab that. Alright, let's get rid of that. We got get session, start session, close session. This was changed to list sessions. Let's do away with that. So we need to grab this. Boom. And this is going to be add start. Starts and add in, ends and add session. That looks good. We should not do that. Add subcommand. Game start to start game session. Game in, ends game session, and then we can close that out. Alright, so list sessions. This will pop through. Start session, close session, add game start, game end. Okay. Change this to list sessions. We're going to need to add case for add start, add in, game start, game end. Alright, and then we're going to need to trigger pass-throughs on all of these things, which means we need commands. So export function run command equals, it's going to be add start, add in, game start, game end. We're not taking game ID. do. This can go through. In all these cases, we want to pass. So add start, add end, game start, game end. All of these are universal tied to a thing. So we can just call run command. Passing it along. Command. We are going to need one piece of information, which is when we register a game, we take in the Discord guild ID. And so we're going to need to be able to look up the platform context. So we do need the GID as a string passed in, which means that here we need to pass in guild.id. That should be good. So this will give us our list of commands. We need to fix this error. So command name is now being passed in directly. Name. Args is no longer a thing. Instead, we have cell, and then I don't like that. Right, cell needs to be a string, which should make this happy, but it'll make something else mad. Okay, that fixes that problem. And so if we go here and we change cell, nope. Yes, it is here. It is down though. Change this to a string. Everything should be happy now, which means we can do that. We can cancel out of our server. We can npm run deploy. npm start. So that should get our commands deployed so that our test server can make calls. We need to actually do something with our commands now. So if we go to register game, we can recreate our context. You're okay, buddy. It's not even 4 o'clock yet. You don't go outside for like an hour and a half. Alright. So we have our context. So this is our platform context. We can then use that to find all sessions that are currently bound to the platform, right? No, we can do platform map.get context. This gets us our. We can now find all active sessions. So we can do .sessions, which will then allow us to grab 4 session of that. We can now do session map for client of that. All right, so this will grab our session, or sorry, create our platform context, grab all sessions that are bound to this platform, then grab all clients bound to all of those sessions, and then we will send a action of, we need to, where's our enum? It was this, WS actions. So we need to send a, I think it's structured to take in as a command was the intention behind it. So we should be able to send a command. Where are we at? Run command. Okay, so we need to send an action of WebSocket action.commands. We send, it should be an array of these. Nope, nope. Give me just a minute. I need to go to the bathroom and I need to try and think about this logically for just a second anyways. And we're back. Okay. So I think the command structure we're doing here is fine. I think this has to be matched to, where was that? That's a send command. No, it's execute. We execute the queue. So action, commands, and then we have a command structure. So this needs to be commands, which is an array. And then the command structure follows this command type of game command. So this needs to be, let's const commands. So this can now be commands. We want to store this as a payload. So let's grab this, call it payload. We can do a const payload. It's this. We don't do anything with this anywhere, so let's not. We should have a send up here that just sends. Oh, we do. We actually error log that, so I guess we could error log here too. in air. There we go. So we're air logging now. Alright, we need to, this is fine. We want a unique ID for our command that we're about to send. The command should be the command provided in, and then it doesn't need parameters, does it? I mean, there's no arguments, so do we just make, maybe we do this. I think I like that slightly more. And we could just do empty parameters. This should be add start, add end, game start, game end commands. So let's restart Discord because it's going to be jank, I assume. Exit Discord. Pop over to the test server. Alright. We want to connect our game. There it goes. Oh, before we do that, we need to go to our WebSocket logic. Handle commands. Here we go. We got game end. Let's add a to do clear game state. Game start. Print. Game start. We're also going to print game end. We'll come back to this one in a little bit. We've got add start, print, add start, and we've got add end, print, add end. Which, speaking of, looks like we hit 25 followers today. I was off by 1 for some weird reason from the number when I was last looking at it. So starting tomorrow, this may become relevant. It may not. It depends how it's going to meter it. So we'll see. All right. It will print out when we send the commands. We're getting our pings. We want to, well, I'm thinking about it before we dive into that, because I'm real bad about forgetting things. We have logic in here for running our, here we go, 45 seconds. That's much better. Alright, start a game. Obet. Admin. Start session. We have a session going. Obet. Game. Gather. Cell. Let's go to cell 2. I need to fix how we're doing centering on names. It looks like, just let you know. Is it doing the thing? It's doing the thing. Okay, so Obet, admin, game, add in, start. Add start's going through. Add end. Add end's going through. game start. And let's do game end. Now that it's ended, obet gather on cell 2. What happens when I do that? It throws an error. Okay. I was kind of expecting that. So we need to suppress commands that are being sent outside of the correct states. So game. The first thing Gather's going to have to do is if we're tracking game state. Technically, it's stored in our map object. If map is not equal to map.gather, return. We should also have a command for deliver. If map not equal to map dot build, return. And then we have one for attack. And if map not equal to map dot battle, return. We can now do all of our player actions. Or, well, we have handlers for all of our player actions in both the Discord side and the game side. We've got our hooks in place, so we shouldn't be able to break it again. So if I restart Godot and reconnect I need to test what happens when we send a bad session ID. Obet game gather 2. Well, we know what happens when you try and connect with the bad. Two things. Send a command in Discord. It just succeeds because it did the thing. Even though there's no clients connected to handle it, it just passes through, no problem. Give it a bad session, and it will just not receive commands. So I need to error on invalid sessions. So when we have our networking, when we're passing in the session registration to do error back when session not found. So that's something we're going to have to do. Let's go back here. Let's start this. We're going to have to start a new session. Okay, server acknowledged. We want to, which means we're going to have to introduce a handler outside of acknowledge. Maybe we bind it into acknowledge? No. What ended it? Obet admin game end. Bounces back here. So now obet game command of gather cell 2. It's still throwing an error. Object and int in. It's a different error. Invalid operands. Object and int. What's map? What does map get bound to? I'm pretty sure. I could have swore we were doing change map. Boom. Where's change map? Runs this function. Oh, right. I don't actually store. Map. Map is an instance of our map object. So if we go to our map object, I could provide a hook for the name within this object, or I can just, I think it makes a little bit more sense for me to just bind it here. I do need to know what game scene we're looking at though, because the player action is going to bomb out if we're providing it the wrong time or the wrong information or anything along those lines. Specifically, this doesn't exist, which is important for establishing this. So I guess we could just not do this check here. For now, I think all three of these do the exact same thing. Oh, is this not a thing you can do in GDScript? I was not expecting that. Okay. Seems like this way. Function. What am I doing? I could just move it into player action. This is the area I want to be in. Okay. I want to merge all of this information into player action. Ooh, response is a weird one though. It needs to be handled at this level. I go back to what we were doing before. I just realized responses aren't being. When did we remove that? Command at command name. Passing along. We're not calling that anywhere, are we? Let's comment these out and test. If we go into here and we add a, it's going to be part of our acknowledgement. I don't think we ever finished this. commands. Yep. So console.log command. That'll be let's just straight up log out command.uid. I'm willing to bet we're not handling this. I don't see how we would be handling this. Helps if I bet start session. There we go. Helps if I call the right command. Let's try that again without the random space. Okay. Bet. Gather. Cell 1. It never sent. 057180. Bet. Command. Gather. Cell 2. Oh. Helps if I comment out the right code. It'll be the same problem if I call it the other thing. Nope, nope, nope. There we go. Attack. Alright. We are not getting back our response. I didn't think so. Okay. Let's fix this. We need to provide an acknowledgement, which is going to be through the WebSockets. So we need to call WebSocket. Let's get our WebSocket logic here. Register session is the only command we have now, so let's add a function. Acknowledge, which is going to take commands. Let's give it takes responses, which is an array. Yeah. It needs to be in the command of commands, object.commands, action and commands structure is what we're looking for. So this is going to take in a commands array structure, and it will call if the socket is open. Then it will call, or sorry, it's going to have to do this. It's going to do this exact thing. Difference being, difference being this changes to acknowledge, and this is now actions equal to, no, commands, not actions, commands. So we assign commands instead of an ID. Set this to acknowledge, and we should be good. So if we go to game, and then we get in here, we can call .acknowledge, giving it response, which needs to be aligned with the end of this for loop. Let's do that. It's a establish our session. Obet admin session. Submit. Alright, we're good there. I did switch that together. Okay. Obet. Game. Command. Gather. Cell 2. We got the thing back. It is an error though. Unknown action. Oh, that's because we called it acknowledge, not ack. WebSocket. Whoops. Let's restart this. Oh, right. Restart this. Let's establish our npm start. Let's establish our obet admin start session. Submit. Acknowledged. Okay, now we can run obet game gather cell 2. Perfect. This acknowledged it and deleted. If I'm not mistaken, that's what the logout for that is. Yep. So it's now done its proper cleanup. Alright. I think that's good for today. We've got a little bit more work to do on this. I'm going to see if I can try and hopefully tonight. If I can't tonight, then it'll have to be tomorrow sometime. I'm going to attempt to see if I can get the Discord server registered as a domain, and then I can deploy so that we can actually start getting you guys running commands against it. I won't be able to rapidly iterate like I am now, but I can at least get something going. It might be easier for me to get the test bot running, actually. That way I can iterate quicker for you guys. We'll see. It might come down to me just adding an instance of the test bot to the Discord server. That way you guys can send commands, and we can iterate through and get this built. But yeah, so it's 4 o'clock. I'm going to call it for today. I need to check on my fiance, make sure she's doing okay. She's not been feeling great, so I need to run off and do that. It's also getting close to time for dinner and such. I will see you guys, hopefully. I plan on streaming tomorrow, so the intention is for me to be on then, and so hopefully I will see you then. Who do we want to raid, I guess is the question, actually. Let's do that. Let's raid... Sure. Let's do this. Alright. Just kidding. They're not doing game development. I want someone that's doing game development. Oh, planning next steps. That sounds like a fun one. Okay, let's raid this guy. It's good hanging out. I'll see you guys again tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central. Join the Discord if you haven't already. Links down in the description. Let's do this.
Not Assassin's Creed.